And there we go. Welcome everyone. I'm your host DrFox2000 and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And yay, the doc is here. Thank you, and glad that you guys can hear me and all that stuff. That is awesome. So welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. Of course, today is April the 19th of 2023. And what do we got cooking? Well, I don't know. Volcanoes? Well, nothing big popping anywhere, but Askia is still not about to erupt. Thank you very much, Irish Monk. Speaking of Irish Monk, thank you kindly for gifting those that 5-pack of memberships, and congratulations to those people who got them. That is awesome. And yep, Askia is still on the waiting for that. Phone still says April 20th. Okay, Juliet, you're in the future, and I can't help that. It is what it is. Oh, all these people from the future being here, I like it. Now, if they'd only help me get the lottery numbers, that would really be cool. Speaking of Juliet, let's give her some cookies, because even though she was from the future, she was first. So there we go. Juliet, you get the cookies today. Congratulations for being first. And awesome. I was going to ask Irish Monk real quick, how did the tow truck work out there yesterday for Askia, for those people who needed to get towed out? I hope that all happened. Anyway, what do we got happening today? I'm trying to figure out where we should start, but it's one of those things. Let's see. Well, how about we start with saying hi to everyone? That'll work. We'll start out with the moderators: Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary at 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Lucas Snow, and maybe even Mona Lisa Smiles, or a few of the others. And yeah, there are others, believe it or not. Oh, it's lots of fun. Yeah, let's see. What else can we do here? Let's, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that Arizona Snowman. He's hiding in his freezer for some reason. I think it's got something to do with the colder temperatures there. I mean, warmer temperatures. Colder in the freezer. Let's see what Phoenix is at right now. They had some nice temps yesterday. Oh, 26 degrees Celsius or 79 Fahrenheit. That's still enough to melt a snowman. So hopefully he is in his refrigerated unit. Anyway, let's continue on with saying hi to everyone. We'll start out by saying hello to Henry Nelson and Peter Greenleys and John Raper and Hermione and Fluffy and Sue and Juliet, of course, who got the cookies, and Sophie is here, all zipped up on coffee. Bill Kimmel also on board, and let's see, who else we got in here from Juliet, of course, being in the future, same as some of the others. Anyway, Irish Monk is here. I'm not sure if he's in the future yet, but he's going to be very soon, I think. And let's see, we got John already, got Hermione, Peter, we got, okay, scrolling upward, looking for more wonderful people. Did I say Henry Nelson? I hope I did. And let's see, and we got Sue. Scrolling, looking for more. Boy, you guys are a chatty bunch. It's all the same. Mark the Shark. Aloha, Mark. Good to have you on board. And still scrolling up, looking for others. Let's see who we've got here. And, scrolling up, looking at all the same names here. Chatty people, which is all right. That's what the chat is for, after all. Did I say hi to Peter? Yeah, I did. Let's see. Who else? Echo, the bot is here. Echo the bot is here. Welcome, Echo. And in case you didn't notice, you got one of those free memberships there for a month. Dan is also on board. Welcome, Dan. And still scrolling upward here, looking to see if I missed any others in this wonderful chatty group of people. And I am up as far as I can get, and I don't see anyone else up top there. Let's go back to the bottom. EC is back. Welcome, EC. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else is here? We got Henry. If you get stuck in the F90 and with a drunk monk, don't get stuck. We don't need that. Let's see, who else we got? I'm just double checking the bottom end here. And I don't see anyone else that I haven't mentioned. So all good, no worries. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if I want to take you anywhere nice right off the bat. It's raining in Hawaii, how about that? And we don't have very good visibility there, so I don't know what we're going to tell you about Hawaii. We will take a look at some stuff there real quick, I guess. Well, sort of, kind of. Let's stop this wonderful flow of lava. We'll park it there and turn it off. And, we'll get rid of that big banner. That's what your thermal chart looks like right now, there. And we do still see the glowy spot. We can't make out anything else, really, when you're looking at it. This is kind of a freaky picture. It makes you wonder what is going on, but it is raining. You see all the steam rising from the top of the lava. And, of course, it's still quite hot underneath there, so that's kind of what we got going on. What? I can rescue. Sophie. Yeah, she can. Next shot, of course, is really Kilauea. Yeah. Tom said just saying hi to all going into the food safety class. Okay. I hope you enjoy the safe food there. Welcome to Tom and Pepper, and then of course Mariano. Welcome, good to have you on board. That's the southeast lava pond. It's a nice looking picture, and of course here is the live shot with the rain happening. A very eerie sight indeed. So that's what we've got happening at Kilauea. Helena Uma'u crater, and unfortunately it is what it is. Not much we can do about it, but that is how the ball bounces. Mother Nature does her thing. Let's make that one small, if I can find it. There we go. And we'll leave it be, and we will go over to Iceland. And, I'm on the wrong screen. Hang on. Need to get to Iceland. Iceland, where are you? There you are. Okay, that's better. Iceland. That's the capital city of Reykjavik, of course. it looks foggy and kind of gray there for a nighttime. About 10 hours ago, it was a little bit different, but not by much. And yeah, blackout. Actually, that blackout was over at Katla. Anyway, that's the daytime appearance of what we've seen there at 1:05 p.m. roughly. And that is a wonderful sight. It looks like it might have just rained or something. Streets look wet, so likely is what happened. Anyway, this shot from the Perlin Center, and we'll go over to our next one. And of course, that is the regional airport, and we'll go back about 10 hours as well and take a look at what it looked like, and just to get a gist of. Yep, definitely rained, and possibly still raining a bit there. So anyway, that's kind of what Reykjavik is looking like. We'll make that one smaller. I should have done the same with the other one here. And going on to the next shot, this one of course is the one out on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and right near the lighthouse. We do see the lights of our wonderful geothermal power plant, and you can see one of the lights of the towers over there, and there you can see the beam going by from the lighthouse. Let's back that up about, let's see, how far before we can see something. Oh boy. Yeah, if we go back about an hour and a half, roughly, we could see something. Prior to that, it was all gray. Very, very difficult to see anything, yeah, because of fog and low-lying clouds, etc. So very difficult to see anything. Iceland has got some interesting weather at times. Yeah, sure, I didn't notice you, Kim. Of course not. You snuck in, and a long-range pea shooter to hit the thumbs up. And I wonder how long range that is. 35 likes, that's good. We're on our way to that magic 100 mark. Anyway, that's what it was like there about an hour and a half ago. 10 hours ago, it was a pea soup. Speaking of pea shooters, that's what it looked like. Almost volcano ray. Anyway, yeah, not very good weather there in Iceland right now. So that's what we've got, and we will make that one smaller, go to a next blackout screen. We'll see if that has anything visible at all. And we're going back 11 and a half hours because that's the only thing that shows a little bit. There we go. And you can see the park area there. And yes, back in the fog there somewhere, there is what? Long enough that you didn't see me. You're hiding. Wow. You're incognito there, Kim. Anyway, that's what it's like there right now. Unfortunately, if we go ahead a little bit, there you can almost see the edge of the snowpack or ice field, if you want to call it that. And that is at about 8.5 hours ago, and that's, I guess, about the best time for visibility, really. Beyond that, it was just horrible. If we go a little further or a little closer, this is 7 hours and 10 minutes ago, and yeah, again, you couldn't see anything. It's like pea soup. So that's what we got. This is what it looks like right now. Unfortunately, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts, and we'll see what we've got there. I'm going to refresh that so we are up to date. And there we go. Up, down, up a little bit, down, up, and down again. Is that like a yo-yo? Anyway, our magmatic frequency heading back on the downward slope. Seismic down and back up and possibly back down. and our tectonic is up and down and up and down and up and down. So that's what we are seeing at Fjell, and that of course is our Siggy Fisher and what's the other one over there? Ragnar. Plus the rest of the wonderful crew of vents or cones, what's left of them. Anyway, that is that area, and I don't know, a couple of spikes in there. Hopefully we will see some earthquakes in there. I bet you we will. We'll probably see a couple. And here is Askja with a downward slide on our magmatic one, and on the seismic way down. We do see a bunch of little spikes in here indicating some earthquakes in the area, so that is of interest, but nothing really cool. Late note, got Dr. Fox a big love, folks. Okay, yeah, all right. Late note. Ha. All right. Fancy that, King Colin. Ah. Let's go down and take a look at the chart for Grimsey, see how it is doing. And what the heck is Grimsey doing? Way down, right off the scale. No movement whatsoever. Dr. Fox, I officially retired today. I am now ex-Irish Navy and will be paid £7.12 per month for life. £7 or €7.12 and okay, per month for life. That's interesting. I'm surprised they're paying you that much. Now, is that the old Irish Navy or the new present one? I think the new one is a little bit more paying kind of thing. Anyway, looking at our magmatic shot up and then dropped right back down. Same thing goes for our seismatic, and same thing goes for everybody here, and our tectonic as well, with one very large spike in there. I wonder what's happening there. And we see one that kind of popped through there just after midnight yesterday, at their time, of course. Pretty wild looking a chart for Grimsey today. And looking at Grindavik, Grindavik is kind of the same as what we see over there at Fjell, and with a little bit more activity in here though. Kind of wondering what we've got going on there. Let's take a look at the one for Krusavik as well. Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Fjell. Krusavik is to the northeast. Will give us a better idea of what's going on. And yep, less activity showing on the Krusavik one. So I do believe we may have more shakers and quakers and stuff sitting over there at our wonderful the Reykjanes Peninsula. That's what I'm looking for. Further out, maybe. We'll see. One Fish 26 is here. Welcome. Good to have you on board. And I'm trying to do too many things at once here. It doesn't work. I have to pay attention to where I'm at. Interesting up top here. We may have a reason why there are huge spikes there at Grimsey. But we'll start down here at the bottom, and we'll see what's happening on the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who aren't familiar with it, this is Reykjavik, the capital city. This is the Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarnvik, and if we slide over here, that's the Blue Lagoon right in here, and of course the power plant beside it. And then if we go down the road, there's the lovely town of Grindavik. and that is interesting. And looking here, the outline going around here, that of course is our Fjell area, and there you have, that's where Ragnar is, and of course this is the Siggy Fisher, and we've got 3 quakes in there. We had 4 earlier. 0.69, 6.6 kilometers down from 4:18 a.m. Oh, hang on, what happened? I clicked it, darn it. Why did that not work? I hate when that happens. Thanks for mentioning it, and appreciate that. Yeah, I'll start over. Up here. This is why we had those big spikes and the weird action. So, yeah, you hear that fire truck? They're coming to get me, I think. Maybe. Or is that the squirrel out in the tree? Anyway, and that, we'll get to those in a bit up there. This is what I was referring to here. There's Reykjavik, the airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, and then of course the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. There, you can see them. Alright, and of course Grindavik down here. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, Fjell area, the outline, and we have this 0.69, 6.6 clicks down, 4:18 a.m. Then over here, a 0.22, 4 kilometers down from 2:10 a.m. And this one here from 7:19, a 0.53, 8.5 kilometers down for that one. So they are all fairly far down. It makes a guy wonder if that's just tectonic movement of sorts, but of course there is Ragnar, that's the Siggy Fisher. But I'm happy to see there's some quakes happening in this area. That is telling us there is something going on underneath. Anyway, over here, Krusavik, the other area to the northeast, or anyway, from 11:48, 0.75, 5.5 kilometers down for that quake, 0.45, 4.1 kilometers down from 10:38. From 11:51 we had a 0.4, 5.1 kilometers down, and 0.67, 7.2 kilometers down, 207. The other one was 11:51. And on the other side of the lake from 7:51, a 0.56, 4.3 kilometers down. So that's a pretty normal depth for there. A 0.8, 4.3 clicks down, 1:12 a.m. there. This one is a 1.28, 4 kilometers down, and from 12:01. Next guy over, 0.4, 5 kilometers down from 19:04. 0.1, 5.5 clicks down from 19:25. Moving over a little bit, we see this guy out in the middle of nowhere. 12:57 was the time, a 0.9, 6.2 kilometers there. And, I was going to say, is this guy right between Eyjafjallajökull and Katla? But no, it's within the Katla range. That one is 18:49 is the time on it. 1.6 in magnitude, 5.2 kilometers down for that. Moving over a little bit more, taking a look and see what we've got here. A 0.22, 135 meters down from 14:24. That's likely ice movement. And then over there, a 0.34, also from 135 meters down, 9:27 a.m. Could be ice as well. And Grimsvatn had nothing, and Bardabunga over here had the GPS that is lost, and then of course 20:07, 0.2, and that is from 1.6 kilometers down. This 0.2 here is a buried Jeep with a GPS unit in it, 2.6 kilometers down, and that was of course from 23:15. And Irish Monk has the remote starter for that Jeep. He'll be able to find it eventually. And of course, here are three at our wonderful Askia. Very small, and no, Askia is not about to erupt. 2015, 0.8, 3.7 kilometers down for that. 2014, we had a 0.5, 4.1 kilometers down for him. And then this 0.7, 4.5 kilometers down from 2042. That's it for there. Nothing around Herdebreit. What happened? I guess if there's nothing erupting there, that's self-explanatory. Let's clear these out first. 0.09, 3.3 clicks down, and that happened at 12:48. Next one over, 0.81, 13.6 kilometers down. 9:08 is the time on that one. 1.4, 7.1 kilometers down from 9:08 as well. And welcome Grandma B. And 11:53, a 0.93, 7.2 kilometers down. My cable is out. Never go to Askia alone. Irish Monk, thank you kindly for that €2 super chat. And never go to Askia alone. No, always bring a second vehicle and lots of spare tires and things. Yeah, we got that 0.93, 7.2 clicks down. Let's go over to the next one. So Grandma B says, I admire everyone who can see well. To chat on the itty-bitty screens. So hello everyone, waving at Arizona. Hi Dr. Fox. And no worries Grandma B, if you turn it sideways, you might be able to make it a little bigger. I know the itty-bitty screens are too small for me. I'm looking at a 22-inch monitor in front of my face, and sometimes that can be too small as well. Anyway, this 0.43, 10 kilometers down, 11:19 a.m., 1.3 in magnitude, 11.5 kilometers down, 22:59. And then we've got a 0.4 and 2.3 clicks down, 22:39 is the time on that one. And this 0 is 5.2 kilometers down from 8:31 a.m. And moving over a bit, let's grab these two down here. A 0.42, 12.3 kilometers down, 52 minutes after midnight. And this one is from 1:38 a.m., a 0.39, 11.9 kilometers down for that. And moving over a bit more, let's grab this 1.1, 5.8 kilometers down, 1:29 a.m. Welcome Wonky Donkey. 7:57 a.m. we had a 0.6, 9.4 kilometers down for that. And there is from yesterday at 23:29, a 2.81 and 10 kilometers down there. And let's take a look and see what this little pile is doing. This, of course, so the one that we seen right at the beginning of that chart, the first spike would have been this guy here. The other ones would likely be some conglomeration of these. Looks like a 0.93 and 9.6 kilometers down at 7 a.m. Magnitude 1, 9.2 kilometers down from 22:37 there. This 1.4, 7.3 kilometers down, 17:55. From 22:18, we've got a 1.5, 9.5 kilometers down. And a 1.1, 9.8 kilometers down from 2023. And the big one there is 2.87, 10 kilometers down, and happened at 18:47. And that would be our other spike. I'm still really not sure why we see the way the chart dipped up and down, but that's kind of an interesting adventure there. So that's our earthquakes for our wonderful Iceland today. And like I say, I'm happy to see these quakes in here. I want to see more, and I want to see a whole bunch. I want to see this area get an eruption. I would even settle for an eruption over here, but I'd really like to rekindle our Ragnar and or Siggy, a Fisher area. I'd even settle for something down in one of the other places. I mean, this one here is this is what we refer to as Ant Hill, so it might be pretty cool. I'd even like one down here in Not Haggy, and that'd be pretty cool to see. Or up here, right there, and watch it flow down the hill. I think that'd be neat into Not Haggy. And that'd be nice stuff. Then we can put bets on how long it'll take to actually get over top of the highway. Which it never ever did, and we were all hoping so much, right? So it is what it is. Anyway, let's leave that be. And I see it is just about break time, so we will move back to our canned lava. Oh, and that is not canned lava. This is, though, and that'll work. And we will say hi to the rest that popped in. Scott Hartman just got here. Welcome, Scott. And we got one fish. There is a road up to Askia. Yeah, well, sort of. If you follow the trails, you can get there. The closest public road is actually this Highway 1 up here. And it's all trail stuff after Highway 1. There's no real road, if that is what you're looking for. Or you can come cross country over around the ice fields and make it in that way. I've never been there, so I'm not sure. But I don't think there are any roads as per se. So be careful if you're going out there. Need dog sleds, one fish. Yeah. Yes, it's a muddy road. Okay, alright. Well, you need to have the right type of vehicle if you're going to drive on the muddy road. We are on... Oh, hang on. I can't see the map again. Darn it! I clicked that button again. I gotta... Maybe my hamster needs to be fed or something. There's that thing. Anyway, Askia. Why would you want to go to Askia? It's not going to pop anyway. Don't waste your time unless you want to go zipping into the lake there. It's a little cold right now. Well, hang on. It might have got a little warmer. You're on Google. Let's see. Is there actually a road? Hamsters need a service. Needs a service. Yeah, likely. I'm looking at it. The hamster is getting kind of dusty. Maybe that's the problem. Safest place in Iceland. Yeah, you're not going to get hit by anything, right? At least you hope not. Okay, let's go back to the canned lava. And yep, that did work. I made sure I watched the screen this time. Don't get lost, one fish. Yep, don't get lost out there. Those volcanoes all look alike. And the little ponds and puddles. Be careful which one you go swimming in, because it may be a little bit on the acidic side, and you don't want to end up being all bones. Can't find my bricks. Can you look out your window? Can't remember where they are. Well, wonky donkey, those 4 are still sitting over on the curb over there in the backyard of the parking lot. next door. So if you can come and get those 4, then at least you'll have them. As far as the other ones, I have no idea where you left them. Anyway, it's break time, you guys. I'm going to be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. And also, if you have not... no, I'm looking for the abandoned Jeep. Oh, that's in Iceland. The abandoned Jeep. And that is... Irish Monk will direct you. It's just to the north of the crater of Bardabunga. And no worries. All right. Here's the music. Don't go away. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back. Welcome back, all of you good people. Thank you for the welcome backs. First off, hi to Oz. Good to see you. And welcome Thor. Also good to see you. And thanks for the welcome backs from, let's see, Scott and Sue and Thor. And I think we got everybody for right now. Hey, where'd that Sharon Stewart go? I don't hear her. Thanks, John, as well. And hang on, is it a Wednesday? It might be singing night for our wonderful Sharon Stewart there. So, yep, singing night. There we go. Anyway, let's stop our wonderful canned lava, and we'll carry on with other places that we want to go to. And we'll, I guess, first we've done Iceland, so let's go take a quick look. I don't even know I didn't singing and knitting night. All right. Dr. Fox, your bot don't know how to cyber. Well, Oz, I'm sorry. I can't help it. And Thor renewed his membership for the 8-month thing. Thank you, Thor. Appreciate that. Let's go over and take a look and see what we've got happening in the Azores. Like I said, I really didn't check to see what we've got going on there. We do see we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. There's one of the villages, there's the one of the harbors with lots of lights on, and we can see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance there, which is really kind of nice to see today. I did look earlier, the weather was horrible there, unfortunately. This one, of course, being, let's get rid of that, more advertising on there. We usually take a look here at this cove to see how much white water we see splashing. It looks better during the day, but can't really tell what's going on there right now. Not a heck of a lot from the looks of the white water. Usually, if it's really rough, we see it all the way out, but this isn't too bad there. Anyway, quick peek to see if we have any earthquakes. Not on São Jorge, anyway. 12th was the last one that we had there. Let's take a look at the other map. I'm going to refresh that just to make sure. And it looks like we don't have any. So they would be listed right in here. We have no earthquakes in the Azores today, so that is kind of disappointing in a way, but maybe good for them, so it's not so bad. Anyway, Azore Islands, of course, right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and there's Portugal and Spain and France and England and Ireland, where Irish Monk is over here waving at us, and then of course up here is Iceland. And there we have Greenland, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia, where Sue is, waving back at us over on the other side of the pond. And that is really cool. So, pretty awesome. And that's about it for there. So we will leave that be. And we'll go over to our next place of fun and frolic. What do we call it? Oh, yeah, fun stuff anyway. Let's see if we can find it. I had to change volcanoes or views there. Their other camera went offline, the close-up camera. And unfortunately, we are not going to be able to see it for till they fix it. So hopefully they will, and something will get a better view than this. So this is the other one from the other side, and of course that is our wonderful Fuego. Oh, gotta love that. Spinning around that whiz wheel going, and unfortunately Not looking all that great, but let's take a look and see what we did see here at Popocatépetl earlier today. And frolicking. This is a time lapse I made from this morning. And of course, this is about an hour's worth of Popo popping. And for those who haven't seen this, I thought it was kind of neat and cool to be able to share it with you guys. And we seen this is 1 hour of activity in about 2 minutes, and it is pretty interesting to be able to watch it continuously blast out that material. It's almost like one eruption after another, and some pretty heavy-duty smoking going on there. So that's what we were seeing earlier, and I kind of like that. And was doing a little bit more activity, and one of the things I noticed, it's getting more intense at points in time. And Sue Hayes, I'm figuring it's smoke signals telling us that the eruption is imminent. We're going to see something happening. And I think that's about it for that. But it was pretty cool to be able to see that. Maybe one more. One more? No? Yeah, no, maybe. I have no idea. I can't remember. I didn't watch the video. Oh, hang on. I made the video. So, yeah. And there it is. That's what I was waiting for. That's the last one. And as you notice, those were very, very dark gray and ash and full of all kinds of tephra and stuff, and dissipated fairly quickly, as you can see it moving away from the top of the volcano. So that looked pretty cool, but unfortunately conditions are this right now, and it's really hard to judge or say what's going on there. If we go back a little bit, if it'll allow us, there we go. That is 10 minutes after 4 p.m. on the other shot. Earlier in the day, though, it was clearer, but still some of those that were going on there. This camera isn't really the best to be looking at the angles there, but there you can see it pluming up on. That was at 8:09. That was that last shot that we seen coming out of it on the time lapse. So, from a different perspective, it is very, very tall and looking pretty awesome as far as the way it was coming out. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing in the reports that it was very, very high as far as the altitude of the ash and stuff coming out. It'll be up there. Anyway, let's see. Earlier, yeah, it wasn't all that great. This is just right at a sunrise. Here's a kind of our golden moment from this angle, and you can see it lighting up the top of the caldera. So pretty cool to see that. Let's put that one back on live. Going to the other one. This one is our other close-up cam. Of course, this is the one that I used for the time lapse. And if we go back to about midday there, 6.5 hours ago, that's kind of what it was looking like there. Some big puffy clouds had moved in. This is 11:13. And prior to that, of course, here's the other shots, looking at that one from 9:09. And you can see how slowly it's really moving. And in the time lapse, of course, it moves a heck of a lot faster because it's at 32 times a regular speed. So makes a big difference when you're looking at it. But yep, a picturesque nonetheless, and we'll leave that back on live. and we'll make that guy smaller, and this one as well. And then we will go over to our next one, which is not very much in the limelight there. It doesn't want to show itself. Oh, maybe, no, maybe not. Yeah, we're suffering from clouditis. A wonderful Fuego is in the clouds, and earlier it was out of the clouds though, and let's see if we can find where it had a nice view to it. There it is, and that is from 10:33 a.m. and prior to that it was hit and miss with those clouds. Seems in the earlier morning hours it's a lot better, and that is kind of what we were seeing there. So that wasn't too bad this morning. 7:49 a.m. Definitely see the plume coming out. And I do have the other video that I did make this morning, and that is this one. Now this has music, so I'll actually be quiet for a minute while it plays. I don't know, I kind of like the music on there, but here it is. Okay, and turning that music down a bit here, and just to mention, if you look over on the right hand side up on the other mountain, you can see a whole bunch of flashes, as well as those guys in the what I call the danger zone in the middle there, and lots of people up there taking photos and doing their thing. So pretty cool. Anyway, we'll let it finish. And yes, this is the Fuego. I'm just kind of letting it finish off there, and that's the end of the video anyway. So yes, welcome Claire, and that was the Fuego from this morning. So a lot of interesting stuff going on there. This, of course, on screen now from 7:53 a.m. And right now, present conditions though are a lot different. What I was pointing out was there was a lot of people on this side of the hill here, as well as on the little hump that's in here, taking photos, and that's what I call the danger zone here. These guys were okay, very unlikely to get hit with anything, but this area here, definitely a target zone for lava bombs, and risky for them to be there. Anyway, love the time lapse. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, you are welcome there, Juliet. And yeah, pretty awesome. Let's put it back on live. And that is what we are seeing right now, volcano gray. So that's not something we like looking at. Anyway, it's just about break time. Let's we can probably take a look at Merapi real quick and see if Merapi has anything going on there. And let's make sure we get up to a full output there. Anyway, that is kind of what it is right now at Merapi. It didn't look very good earlier. Again, volcano gray being the color of the day, apparently. And if we go back, that is about 4 hours ago. If we go to about 8 hours ago, we have the same scenario. So they've definitely got some weather systems in there. And this is about 10 hours ago. So we're not going to see Merapi today at all, unfortunately. And we'll put that back on live. It's hiding in the clouds, and nothing much we can do with it. Next one, of course, though, is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu there in New Zealand. And it is kind of hiding a little bit too in the clouds right now, but if we go back just a little, there we can see a little bit more sunshine and the volcano, although it's not close up here, and I thought we had a close-up image somewhere. Maybe we don't. But that is it. Nothing happening there. Those are clouds. That's not off-gassing from the volcano, so don't worry about that. And let's go back a little bit more clouds. And earlier in the day, really nothing major. Here's a nice sunrise if you want. And that is worthy of having a look at. Kind of a pinkish skies, a little bit of SO2 in there, causing it to go pink, so pretty cool. My plan to rebuild my small trailer has come on hold, being talking with some companies, but they want to be between 1.2 and $2 million to do the job. Oh my God, that is a little bit crazy. What the heck are they trying to build? Anyway, okay. Claire saying, who's leaving? John and Tim for my bed. Thanks, Dr. Fox. Oh, time for your bed. Okay, John Raper, you take care and get some sleep. All the best to you. And we will leave this be. Gonna finish off this real quick. A quick peek at our... Oh, I should refresh that, sorry. Quick peek at our volcano over there in Taupo. And Taupo has gone quiet on us again. So that's what we're seeing as far as our rumble chart, if you will, there. And going over, taking a look at what it looks like there right now. Looks like Taupo's got some sunshine, but off on the other side of the lake, very cloudy. You can't even see the other mountains in the background there, or volcanoes. The entire lake, of course, is Taupo's caldera. And that's it. So we will leave it there. Let's go back to our wonderful canned lava for now. And I'm going to go take a break. For those good people who are here, you know, bacon seeds will be coming up next. And then comes our mystery volcano of the day, which was the thumbnail for today's stream. So we'll throw that in, and it's a head scratcher for some people. Anyway, don't go away. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you're enjoying the show. And on that note, I'll be back. Thanks. go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you, Michael Olson, for that wonderful $10 super chat. Take a break and have a Pepsi on me. Thank you, sir. I did. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Billy Bob Joe and Claire. And hi, Claire. Anyway, it is a bacon seed time, and we need to, thanks Michael, and we need to park our lava. Let's freeze it. Look at that, I froze it from 2 vents all at the same time. A click of a mouse. Bacon seeds coming up. And of course, and this is our last one from yesterday. The wonderful mama pig and the little ones just right there. Awesome looking shot. I really do like that. Anyway, Piggy sent us some new ones. So let's take a look and see what Piggy sent us. And we'll start out with this wonderful one. And that is a nice looking little bacon seed. I think he's fuzzy though. A little bit on the fuzzy side. We don't mind fuzzy bacon seeds though. That's all cute. And let's get to the next one. And uh-oh. Here's a disgruntled, I don't want my picture taken, kind of a bacon seed. He's letting us know that he doesn't want his picture taken. Yep, the raspberry. That's about it. Lots of fun. I gotta love pigs when they do that. That is cute. Next one, speaking of cuteness, there is a royal cuteness. His name is now a pork chop. Yeah, but I don't know if you can call this one pork chop. That is absolutely a young'un, and he's smiling. He looks like he just had his milk, and that is awesome looking. And let's see what we got next, and that is this one. I'm not sure what he's doing. It looks like he's scratching against that post. Smart pig using the post as a scratcher. That works. And just happened to catch him in the act and get a photo, I guess. Smiling though, so it must feel good. Next bacon seed is these two. One is saying, I don't want my picture taken, and the other one, of course, looking straight into the camera. And that is pretty awesome, and we like those. And these are the two that are dressed up all the time, and they must really like getting dressed up. Because they seem to be the ones that are quite in quite a few of the photos of dressed up piggies. Next one is this little guy, and he too is giving the raspberry. You're gonna take a picture of me? Stick out your tongue, and there you go. And that is awesome. And then we have our next one. Let's see what that looks like. A couple of they're rubbing up against each other. Gingers, a couple of gingers. So pretty awesome, and they must really be enjoying it because they both close their eyes when they're doing that. Really, really cool. And let's see what else we got. Although I like that picture, it's quite nice. Speaking of snuggling up, looks like a mama pig and the little one are snuggling together under the same blankets, and that is pretty awesome. Nice to see that. And there you go. Yep, cuddling. I think that might be what it's all about. Let's take a look at the next shot and see what we've got. Oh, speaking of cuddling, there's Two are awake, the other two are sleeping, and that is awesome. Always nice to see them all together, bunched up on body heat, and that is really cool. So that brings us to our last bacon seed for today, and that will be a quad cuddle. Yeah, I'm having mouth troubles today. There we go. And these guys are cuddling too. Only they've got a heat lamp to help them out. So they're all together there. It looks like a piggy pile. I don't even know how many there are. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for sure. Maybe more than that. But that is awesome. And they're all snoozing. Yep, 6. 6 guaranteed. So that's it for our bacon seeds for today, you guys. And now I'm supposed to go do that mystery volcano. So let's go back over there and restop our lava flow, because we didn't want that going yet. That starts automatically for some reason. Anyway, a mystery volcano, and I know people are having trouble deciphering which volcano this is. And no, I didn't make any alterations to the picture whatsoever. And that is a pretty fine shot. And yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't see any guesses. EC, be nice. You know which one it is. Here, we'll show it without... Oh, hang on. That's not the one I want. Without the banner. Hint. Okay. It's not Fuego. That was the earlier hint. It's not Fuego. And let's see, what else can we give you for a hint? Okay, it's a stratovolcano. There's a decent hint. What else I got for hints? Let's see. Still nobody's biting. I don't see any names flying out there. Let's try this. It's a part of the Ring of Fire. How about that? Does that help any? That cuts it down to a few. You're alive, and David. I'm glad you're alive. Okay, it's part of the Ring of Fire. Yeah. Let's see. Where shall we send the next hint? Since nobody is... Well, Sue's asking for hemisphere. No, it is not Samaru. Sorry. Let's give another hint. Yeah, the hemisphere. Southern hemisphere, okay? Southern hemisphere. Oh, boy. I know, this is a tough one, isn't it? It's really hard to tell. I mean, we can see stars in the background there. It's not Villarica. Sorry, Sue. And nope. Okay, do I have to give another hint? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is so tough to come up with proper hints. Oh boy. It's going to get given away if I give you the next hint. Yeah, boy. I'm trying to come up with a decent hint that is not going to give it away just yet. Okay, let's do it this way. It's in... Oh boy, if I give you the country, it's going to really blow it, isn't it? It's not Taal. It's not Samaru, it's not Merapi. What else can I give you for hints that isn't going to blow it? It's not, let's see, it's not Cinnabung. Sue, there you go. It's not Popo. Popo is in the northern hemisphere. Sue got it. It is Mayon, and that is it. So, congratulations, Sue. And yeah, boy, that was hard. That was tough, and I know it's really hard to get some of these, and I try to be fair when I do this. And I did give you guys some decent hints there. Yep, well, Lizoid, the other person that knew was EC, and EC is an expert in all volcanoes, and we won't mention anything though. She knows all of them apparently, every last one that's out there. Let's carry on with our stuff here. Yeah, it's interesting though to see that shot like that. It is actually a very nice a photo. Not sure who actually took it and how recent it was, but it was labeled as a Mayon, and the group of the other photos that they had with it definitely showed the right volcano. So it is what it is. Wow, I just remembered to like. Oh, awesome. Yeah, if you haven't hit that like button, give it a quick pop. That would really be awesome too. Anyway, let's get to our next volcano of choice. And let's see what we can find out. Oh, I just click on there. Oh, I see what I did. All right. Never mind. Where'd my volcano go? Oh, I found it. And I found it bigger than life even. And that is Semeru. And will Semeru make us happy today? Just like I'm happy. Well, hi David, I'm glad you're alive. He has got to a VA hospital. I don't know if you made it to a hospital or not there, David. I hope you got things straightened out and figured out and all that. And hope that you are okay. We really don't want anyone having issues. Anyway, Semeru doing its thing, and we see it there. If we go back in time a little bit, I'm just trying to get back to where it popped here just recently. That might be just about it there. We can see the start of that plume pop out of the actual caldera, and it is fairly slow in coming out. Sometimes this volcano really gives good pressure. Other times it's slow, kind of like what Popocatépetl was doing. You know, there's some slow blasts and some really quick ones, and that happened to be one of the slower ones. If we go back a little bit more, it hadn't done a heck of a lot earlier. Let's see if we can find a couple decent spots here where we can actually see something pluming out of this thing. How about right around here? This should be pretty close. You can see a little bit more action. Again, Semeru not as impressive today as it was in the past. There were very few eruptive activities during the night. I mean, nothing major. Very small little spurts of ash and lava coming out. So we get back to our golden time. We did have one little one there as well. That should be right around here. You can see it popping out just as the sun was rising at 5:46 a.m. there. and you can see that. It's again, nothing really crazy, and I'm trying to find a spot or two here where it looked a little better at night. Where is there? Some lava. Lava, where are you? There was one that was sizable, and I don't know if this is the one here. Could be right about here. Let's see if it'll show us that. And of course, that is when they changed the view. Let's make it a little bigger for us. Very small eruptive activity. Like I say, it's kind of quiet during the night, quiet during the day. Not sure what we can really mention about it. So not a heck of a lot of activity there. Going back a little bit more, we see another one of those little pops right around here. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it just as it started out. There it is. And that's at 3:34 a.m. Again, really nothing spectacular. But it is there. It is still active. It's still cooking. And prior to that, of course, we had all kinds of clouds in the way. Of course, the clouds come when there was a bigger blast, unfortunately. There it is. And they were zoomed in on it, but you have this massive cloud sitting down in front. So you don't get to see all the goodness and lava and everything spilling over the side of the hill, unfortunately. And it is what it is. Again, not much we can do. You know, we are just the observers. So Mother Nature likes to throw clouds in there for us, and there's not much we can do. Prior to that, there was one other spot, and then we'll leave this guy be. Let's go back a little bit here. Right around here, that'll help. Of course, the lava points are sticking out here. We can see that it did have something going on earlier, but yeah, there was the last blast there at 2:50 a.m. and it was sprinkled out a little bit of bacon bits, but nothing super spectacular. And that is about it. So let's take a look at the other things we've got here. So we've got a volcano report on Semeru, and it says, of course, Semeru volcano, East Java, Indonesia, pyroclastic flows this morning, and they were referring to yesterday morning, of course, and we did see that. That was part of yesterday's video that I showed. If you recall, the last scene in that video were some of those flows there. Yeah, locals don't seem to be panicking. They're just kind of like, oh hi, look, somebody taking a picture of me. That is cool. But anyway, it does show what's going on there. So the actively growing lava dome in the inner Jonggring Soloko summit crater generated a block and ash flow this morning at 7:10, and they're referring to yesterday. Of course, pyroclastic flow descending along the steep southeastern ravine, and reached approximately 2 kilometers in length, as they have been seen in the video, according to the local observers in Huntap, or wherever that is. So gray ash plumes formed as they separated from the current, okay, so-called phoenix clouds, and that's basically about it. So If we click on that, they make that really small. It's actually better looking in the other shot. And there's a visual from the Sentinel-2 satellite, and of course the heat radiation visible via satellite, and that is in that little spot right there. And is there any other ones? No, that's somewhere else. Of course, that is a better looking picture. Again, vertical picture or vertical video. I wish they'd turn them sideways so you can see the whole thing. But that's what we've got there for that one. The only other one we've got is some activity at, this is Ambae or Aoba in Vanuatu. And as you can see, it is providing some constant, it says near constant ash and steam emissions from the volcano this morning. So that is from the 19th, and that is at 7:30 a.m. And that's what we seen there. I don't know if they have any other pictures. Oh, look, Fuego. That's nice. Anyway, that is what they've got going on there. So let's see, rose to 2,300 feet or 700 meters above the summit and drifted to the east-southeast of the island, and releasing sulfur dioxide emissions may be harmful to humans. Yeah, okay, we got it. And that is lots of SO2 coming from that one. Okay, time to take a break, you guys. So I'm going to pop you back over to the, well, that's not the thing I wanted to show you. How about we get, oh, that's not it either. Meh. How about video? There, I got the right button. Okay, and that's good for right now. So we got our two wonderful reports out of the way. And what we will do is after the break, we will go over to Japan, and then we will go give you the volcano report, and then we'll work on the earthquakes and so on. Don't go away. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bump. That'd be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're peeking in from the outside. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Claire. That's awesome. And we were going to go park our lava, and we are going to go take a look at other places. Thank you, Thor, as well, for the welcome back. That's awesome. And let's take a look at Japan. And Japan has got some problems with some of the cameras. So we can't see too many, unfortunately. This, of course, is the what they refer to as the close-up or activity cam for the Sakurajima volcano, and it does look like Sakurajima is off-gassing, but as you can see, those low clouds, horrible weather in the area, and they've had rain on and off, things like that. If we go back a little bit, you can just see more of those clouds, unfortunately, not really giving us a decent view of anything happening at the volcano. And then we get back a little further, we get into the nighttime scene, and there's no sense in showing it because it's so dark there that we're not going to see anything. Unfortunately, one of the screens that is our wonderful ice cream boat video is definitely not working, and the close-up of the caldera is the other one that's not working right now. So between the two, I'm a little disappointed, but hey, what can you do? I'm going to actually make those smaller so those whiz wheels don't drive me crazy. And we'll go over to the next one. Here's a part of the problem with that weather condition. You can see it is really nasty out there in the southern portions of Japan and the islands. This is Suwanoshijima. And it was worse before, and I don't know, we really can't give much of a report there. That's what it is. It's rained out, so I'm not able to tell you what's going on at the volcano, and you can literally see the rain dropping down out of those clouds. It must be pouring there like crazy. But anyway, that is what we've got going on there, unfortunately. And going over to ASO, there is ASO. Thanks, Silversmith. And by the way, thank you for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. And anyway, here's what's happening at ASO. It is continuing to off-gas with all that rain they've had in the last couple of days. Of course, that caldera's got more water in it and producing a lot of steam as well as SO2 gases, and it almost looks like it's curling around there and going down and then zipping around the backside of the caldera. That's what we've got going on there right now. If we go back a little earlier, we do see that it was off-gassing, not quite as bad there, but you can see some raindrops on the camera lens as well. So good indicator of what's going on there, and earlier even it was going in the opposite direction. Hard to tell. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there at ASO right now. And we'll make that one smaller, go to our next one, and this one is Asama, and that's about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo in the mountains, and that is what we're seeing there. Asama is continuing to off-gas, not anything major, but doing its thing. And they still have it as a yellow there in Japan, but the rest of the world has not set it to the condition of yellow because they don't believe it's going to pop. But anyway, this is going back to just before 4 a.m. and you can see just a little bit of material coming out, but nothing major happening there. And if we go back even more, this is about 7.5 hours ago roughly, and hard to tell what's really happening there. A little pardon me, a little plume right there, but that's it. So going back to our original one, that's kind of where we are at, and that is kind of it. Unfortunately, no view of our ice cream boats today, so that is a disappointment, and I guess we won't know if the boats are there or not. By the way, got a bunny in. For those who need to know, a bunny is gone to go eat, and that is awesome. Always like that when the bunnies show up. We had one earlier today too. It's usually they don't pop in during the day, but it was nice to see a rabbit coming to go eat. Let's take a look and see what's happening at our wonderful geyser. And well, this is not Old Faithful. This is, or is it? Yeah, maybe it is. I can't tell. They're zoomed in too close. That is definitely off-gassing and throwing out plumes of a wonderful goodness of steam. And of course, if you go to Yellowstone, there are over 500 active geysers there at Yellowstone National Park. And of course, anyone who wants that website, you can type in Jellystone or Yellowstone, and that'll bring up the link for this particular volcano, or sorry, for this particular area or this website. Boy, I got real bad mouth trouble today, not able to get the right words out. So, oh, that bunny bolted really quickly. I wonder if a dog came along or something. Hopefully he's okay. But yeah, the bunnies move quickly. Yeah, I think that is Old Faithful. That's what they're showing. I was lagging. Oh, you were lagging? I'm lagging too. Ah, it's a nice day. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have that many people here today either, which is kind of a little bit of an interesting scenario. I'm wondering why. I thought, yeah, we'd have more interest, but you know, that's part of the problem, is when we really don't have anything fancy going on. It is, you know, kind of what do we got erupting, and it's like rehashing, going over things that have happened in the past, as well as current non-viewable things, really. Nothing super fantastic, right? And for me, it's a little bit tough to try to go over that all the time. And I wish there was more activity. I really do. That's the part about having a volcano stream. When you don't have continuous eruptions, it's really hard to keep going at it. You know, you lose a little bit of patience and kind of the get up and go. Yeah, we need more webcams in remote places. Yeah, I do agree with that, Sue. We just need more volcanoes erupting with more lava. I want to be able to see lava flowing, and that is something that I think everyone really wants. You want to be able to see the shots of the lava coming down a hill or pluming out of a volcano, and that would really be cool, right? But when we only see you know, steam or smoke and a little rocks maybe once in a while, it is a disappointment in a way. But that's all part and parcel to Mother Nature. We were spoiled with Iceland erupting for 6 months, yes, and then of course then we got spoiled with La Palma doing its thing as well, and it was a fairly decent coverage there. And then, of course, then again for Siggy Fisher. But, even Hawaii was doing all right, and that did help a little bit. But as far as being able to see anything now is unfortunate. We don't have anything happening that is, anything great. Yes, we have Merapi, yes, we have Simaru, but those are minimalistic outputs as far as, they aren't providing that 24/7 flow of lava, and that is kind of what we're after, right? And it is, in a way, like I say, it's a little disappointing, but how do we keep going? And I can only show canned lava so often, and start to, myself, I start to go, okay, well, do I want to show this? I'm running out of ideas, and it is really tough. And I've done what I could with, trying to get other people out there that are out and about to help, and with being able to show things. And it is one of those things. Welcome, Barbara, by the way. As my grandfather always told me, it can't be a party every day regarding volcano eruptions. Yeah, and that's very, very true, Barbara. It is tough, and sometimes I find it really, really rough in the sense of what do I give? And I try to make this stream as nice as possible, but what do I give you, the audience, when I've got nothing to provide? And it's tough. It is really, really tough. And of course, trying to do this, a guy could do it full time, but unfortunately, full time doesn't have anything going if you don't have volcanoes erupting. You have produced excellent product with no new issues. Yeah, thanks, Kate. I try, and I try to be doing the thing, but don't be sad about it. The day will come when the big volcano will explode. Well, I hope so. I really do. For me, it's like I say, it's a little disappointing not to be able to provide new and fresh material that is going to appease everyone, right? And it's a little disheartening. So anyway, I'm not giving up on it. Going to keep plugging away here, but I have noticed our streams, of course, getting less and less people in here, and it's because there is nothing new, right? And that is part of the problem. And people lose interest if we don't have new things happening, unfortunately. Anyway, let's move on. We'll pop over, take a look at some of our earthquakes for today, and see if we had anything wild. You give us every day a part of your time, and we enjoy every single day. Thanks, Barbara. Anyway, there is our earthquake map for today. And let's see what we can come up with. And we'll start up here. Actually, I wanted to mention this is the biggest one on the map today. Papua New Guinea came in at 3:06 a.m. 55.7 kilometers down, and it's 6.3 in magnitude, so a fair-sized quake. And let's zoom in here a little bit. Well, we'll start at this one on the Kamchatka Peninsula. I did see this 5.1. It's right on the edge of the subduction zone there. came in at 1316, 10 kilometers down. Next one's over. We do see a little bit at Tanaga Island still, but nothing really major. 2.1 for that size, small. Then we have this guy over here, 3.6 from 1802, 54.8 kilometers down for that one. And that was the new ones there. Not seeing what is it, Aniak check right there, one little tiny quake, 0.9. I think that is not going to go anywhere soon. And a Trident, a volcano, and that area doing its thing. Thank you very kindly, Dinkle Storm Chaser, Barbara, and just appreciate that. A wonderful $2 or sorry, a €2 super chat. That's awesome. Thank you. Let's continue on. Thanks, Barbara. We do see another little one, 2.4 there from 1816, 2.8 kilometers down. Not really anything major. And we slide down, take a look down here in Mexico. 5.2, just, is it on land? Yeah, looks like that is just on the land. And that came in yesterday at 22:55, 10 kilometers down. And let's slide down a little bit more, take a look. Looks like everything is quiet in Peru and Chile, and quiet around the South Sandwich Islands, so nothing major there. Going over, looking at New Zealand, no quakes, nothing here on the Kermadec Ridge. Nothing in the Fiji today for them, and nothing in Vanuatu. Not till we get over here, and that's 6.3 we already discussed in Papua New Guinea. And where's that? That's actually on one of the islands, and that's where it happened. So hopefully there is not a lot of population in there that would have been disrupted by that one. That's a fair-sized quake. And nothing in the other portions of Papua New Guinea. We do have one near Luoltolak. There we go. This one, 4.2, 3:30 a.m. and 129.4 kilometers down. We do see this one just south of Bali. 4.4, and that came in at 10:42, 35 clicks down for that guy. Nothing new right there for our Pitcairn Islands, and then we do have two out here. We've got this guy on the 5.0 from 8:06 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and then a new one here, 4.5 from 1805 and 23.3 kilometers down. Up on the northern end of Sumatra, just in the water, and we see that 4.4, and Sabang area. Oh, that is different. It looks like an old caldera there. For your Pepsi and bunnies, thank you very much, Barbara, and that is awesome. Appreciate it. €6. Very, very kind of you. And speaking of a bunny, the bunny did come back to eat. He got scared off by somebody, but I guess hunger overcomes things. Thank you very kindly, Barbara. Looking at other earthquakes, we didn't see anything down in the Owen rise or anything like that. We do see one in Turkey today, 4.4, and that came in at 1644, and that is from 11.2 kilometers down. And then we do have one over here in Greece on the western side. I don't think Peggy would have even known it existed other than her information from her phone. That one was from yesterday at 21:52, 43.9 kilometers down. And Piggy is over here on the island of Kos, which is quite a ways away from that quake. So, yeah, that's a long distance. She wouldn't have felt that at all. And the only other one that I kind of noticed was an odd one here in Greenland, 4.5, and that is where it is. Makes you wonder what the heck it's doing there, and that looks actually like an island, and that actually looks like an old caldera. I wonder. Anyway, that is what is going on there. So that's our earthquakes for that area. Let's go to Hawaii real quick and see if we got anything new happening there. And we'll take a quick look. It is a break time. Okay. Well, we'll take a break and we'll come back and do Hawaii after the break. Since there are quite a few little quakes there, we do want to cover all of them. I'll throw you back on into the lava, and there you go, and that will be okay. For those who have not yet hit that like button, help us out and give it a quick bop if you can. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. We try to post new events and things daily, but doesn't always happen. Anyway, don't go away. More to come after the break. And all good. Thanks, everyone. Don't go away. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thanks for hanging in there. And let's see. Yes, Sue, actually, I'm going to do the volcano report right now because otherwise I'm going to miss that again. And welcome, Susie. Glad to have you on board. So, yeah, we'll get to our earthquakes in Hawaii right after the volcano report, and then we'll take a look at the rest of it. I know I got kind of rambling on other things, but thank you for the welcome back there, Claire, and what lightens my heart? It lightens your heart. Huh, I didn't know you had a heavy heart. Anyway, volcano report for yesterday. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Sue, you're behind. You're lagging. I don't know why you're lagging. I guess slow electrons today or something. Anyway, for a late Tuesday, we did have 5 volcanoes that were doing things. And that was volcanic ash emissions from Fuego in Guatemala. Okay, volcanic ash observed to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters from 2015. Let's see. Luwotolak is also in the news again here. Effusive eruption continues. Oh, good. From 2100 last night. Sangay in Ecuador, possible volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters reported at 2230. Reventador in Ecuador, no volcanic ash emissions reported at 2300. Why, thank you for telling us that. Dakota, and that is, of course, in Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters. This is not discrete stuff, so we can continue on with it and say it loudly. And that happened at 23:30 last night. Irish monk, I have become deaf. You've become deaf. Why? What's the matter? Somebody tell him to turn his volume on. And that's it for yesterday's activity. Yeah, tell him to turn his volume back on, and then he might hear something. Anyway, okay, nobody's telling him to let me type that in then, because turn your volume on. There, okay, and there we go. We I got that in there now, and now that I messed up my screen here. All right, back to this. So for today, we have 8 volcanoes that are doing their thing. Semeru, East Java, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 30 minutes after midnight. And then we also looked at the separate email there with the report, which is all good already. And then Popocatépetl, volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Then saying occasional volcanic ash emissions, 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters reported at 6:30 a.m. And then a frequent volcanic ash emissions to 2,300 feet, or 23,000 feet, I mean, and 7,000 meters reported at 14:30. Sabancaya in Peru, volcanic ash emissions reported to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters reported at 2:30 in the morning, and again at 14:45. Eoba, no, Ambao. We had a separate report on that from 3:15 a.m. That's all good. Sangay in Ecuador again from a frequent to constant volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet and 7,000 meters reported at 4:30 in the morning. And then volcanic ash emissions possible to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1,600. And what is it? Santiaguito in Guatemala, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 4:45 a.m. as well as occasional volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 6,400 meters reported at 16:30. And Fuego, and I'm surprised that Popo isn't getting more of a shot in this because there were some really good ones out of there with that from 1430, 23,000 feet. I thought it'd be higher. Anyway, Fuego, Guatemala, occasional to frequent volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 8:15 a.m. And Shivalish and the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 14:15. So that is our volcano report for today. Thank you very much, Sue, for sending that in. We did not miss it. And let's see what else we can do here. Let's stop our lava flow. And we will go over to Hawaii and see what we've got there. And while we're looking, the wonderful islands of Hawaii, we had another little earthquake. Of course, we'll do this area first, which is our Pahala region, and most of the quakes in there are between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so we won't mention them unless they are odd. And this one is a 2.1 from 12:35. And by the way, if you're looking at converting it to a mountain time, just take off 3 hours from that. And that's actually at 9:35 a.m. my time. Okay. Anyway, that is 12:35 for that 2.1. The other one in the water here, another 2.1 from yesterday at 22:47. Then we pop over a little closer to Pahala itself, 2.3. From 1:58 a.m. and that is interesting. And here's the latest one, 1.9 from 1911, and that is a normal depth. And then we've got this guy here, 2.1 from 2010 yesterday, and then this one here as well from 2.2. from 1334, and that is it for the Pahala region. Before we get into all these, let's grab these two little guys here. A 0.8 from 1443, 3 kilometers below sea level. This one over here, 2.3 from 1444, 4.7 kilometers below sea level. This one was 1443, so very close in time, but two separate earthquakes nonetheless. And let's get just a little closer here so we can see where all of these are. We'll grab these ones first, and 2.3 from 1502, and that is 500 meters above sea level, so well into the island topsoil, if you will. Another 0.5 there from 1552, 1.7 kilometers below sea level. This one looks like a whole snake going on here. This one is from a 0.3, very small, 1.1 kilometers below sea level at 2:38 a.m. 1.1 from 1:12 a.m. 1.3 kilometers below sea level. 0.2 2:22 a.m. 1.2 kilometers below sea level. 1.8 from 9 a.m. 1 kilometer below sea level. And the next one is a 0.2, 3.56 kilometer, 3:56 a.m. Ugh, I'll get it. And 1.3 kilometers below sea level. And next one, a 0.4, very small little quakes. Yesterday's 23:29 is the time on it. 1.2 kilometers below sea level. 0.8. 4:01 a.m. 1.4 kilometers below sea level. Next one is a 0.9, and that is what is it, from 11:38, 1.3 kilometers below sea level. I hear you, Sharon Stewart. 0.6 from yesterday at 23:35. And 1.2 kilometers below sea level. And next one is a 1.4, and that is from 23:42 yesterday, and that is 1.2 clicks below sea level. We'll get this one here, another 0.2, very small, 1:28 a.m., 1.5 clicks down. Below sea level. This 0.2, 1.4 kilometers down below sea level, 45 minutes after midnight. And this one is 0.5, that's 200 meters below sea level, 3:11 a.m. This one is a 0.6, and that is from 1:50 a.m., 1.4 kilometers below sea level. This one is a 2.0 from 4:04 a.m. and 900 meters below sea level. We'll grab that one. 0.4, 4:04 a.m., 900 meters below sea level as well. 1.1 from 1500, 400 meters below sea level. This one here, a 1.6 from 4:09 a.m., 500 meters below sea level. Let's grab these other ones outside of the caldera first. We'll do that one. 1.7, 12:09 is the time on it, and 2.4 kilometers below sea level. A 0.5 in magnitude, 5:01 a.m., 2.3 kilometers below sea level. This one here is a 1, and it's 1:45 a.m., 2.2 clicks down. This 0.7 from 4:26, 1.8 clicks down. Next one is a 0.5 from 5:53, 2.3 kilometers down. This 0.4 is from 2:52 a.m., a kilometer and a half down. This 1.7 from 2:43, 2.2 kilometers down. Now into the caldera. We get this guy here, 0.7 from 2:37 a.m., 1.9 clicks down. We got this guy earlier, the 1.6 from 4:09. So we'll leave him, and we'll get this one here, 0.9, and that is from 1543 and 2.5 kilometers down. This one is a 0.3 from 2:07 a.m., 1.9 clicks down. This one is 1.2 from 1:30 in the morning, 1.6 kilometers down, and this one is a 1.7 from 1:34 a.m., 1.7 kilometers down as well. And this 1.9, and that is from 1720, and that is 1.6 kilometers below sea level. That is it for all of those quakes, and that is interesting that we've got a swarm of small quakes happening there. And hopefully we will maybe see something pop there. It really, really would be awesome if we could see some new kindled action there. Unless this is something, well, most of those being a little bit ways below sea level kind of makes me wonder what's going on down below, and like from the caldera down. Most of them are about 3 kilometers, 3.5 kilometers to the caldera. So that's quite a distance yet. Don't know if that's going to mean that we're going to see any eruption anytime soon, but you know, I wouldn't mind seeing something. Anyway, let's go over to the Azores, and not the Azores. How about the Canary Islands? Yeah, the Azores that I moved. I moved the Azores. Ah, darn it. We have some lava and eruptions. Uh-oh. What? You are here. Or there you are. I can hear you and see a picture too. Uh-oh. Oh, what's she doing now? Are we seeing her picture? Oh, I see a big S. Anyway, Irish Monk says, Sue, is it you and me? No audio? Oh, why are you not hearing me there, Sue? I hope that you can hear me. All right, what is this? This doesn't look right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Galactic Volcano 2. No. You have a nice day, okay? We know who you are. So, that's okay. We'll leave you be. Brand new accounts always happens. Anyway, I was buffering, but okay now. All right, excellent. Anyway, let's continue on here. 3.6 happened on the 19th, and this today from 1933 came in at a depth of 20 kilometers down. So that is all right. I have not been watching my bit rates, so I don't know what's really going on there. 2.4, that's from the 17th. I'm not going to worry about him. So let's go over here, and we will take a look. We've got the star flashing. 3.0 in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria, and that is 15 kilometers down. And that's what we've got. And looking at the rest of everything, okay, I hear you, Doc. Okay, good. I'm hoping that everyone can hear me okay. I'm looking at my bit rates, actually. They've been fairly stable, and I'm kind of wondering why there's issues with the interweb today. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about the ones over on Tenerife, but let's take a look. We do have one little quake there, and that came in at 2334, and that is what we've got. There's been buffering, buffer stutters though. Oh, buffer stutters, stutters. I hope I'm not stuttering, and I'm not doing that to try to make fun of people, please. I do have enough problems speaking at times without making fun of anyone. Anyway, 8 kilometers down for that 1.0, and that's kind of what we've got there. I like that, yeah. It happens. Actually, sometimes I do stutter a little bit myself, so I understand fully when it gets into those things. Looking at our time, I think we are just about at a break time, and we will do our SO2 map after the break. I'm going to just refresh it so we can see what we're looking at. I do see a new plume coming off of the Kamchatka Peninsula, which is very interesting. While we're looking at this, and we still see this is the older stuff hanging around. As I mentioned before, most of this will cover all of North America, and we are indeed seeing that SO2 that did come out from Kamchatka has gotten all the way up and over, and up here in Svalbard doing its thing up there, and of course we are seeing it plume into these other places as well. So Europe is going to be seeing more of that in a very short order, and we do see it has gotten out here into the Atlantic Ocean as well, down in the lower portions. So very interesting. My internet has been worse than usual. It's a break time. Thank you, Billy Bob Joe. It is a break time. Let's put this back on canned lava and put some music on. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet subscribed and you're one of the ones we want in here, please do hit that subscribe button. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. Give it a quick like. Here's some music. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Hopefully everyone can hear me. See, the bit rates are pretty stable. Oh, and they've gone up just a little bit. I wonder if there is some internet trouble. Anyway, whoop, I want to pause that. Okay. Thank you for the welcome back from Claire and Sue and hi Canadaskis country and Russell also. Welcome and awesome. Let's get over to our SO2 map. That is what we were going to look at next. And we'll get that onto the screen. There we go. And yeah, as I mentioned, we see a little bit more of that SO2 coming out of a Kamchatka area and pluming upwards. So doesn't surprise me. I mean, Shivalish is doing its thing. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. One day, Sharon, one day you'll send me that recording, and that'll be awesome. Anyway, we see the lingering SO2 and ash and clouds, of course, here over Alaska, and most of that is from Kamchatka that got swirled around and has now made its way back up. And I am melodious. Oh, thank you very much. We do see it all the way up into the Canadian North, as well as sitting over Hudson's Bay, some of the darker areas, northern Ontario and those places, and central British Columbia, as well as going all the way down into Utah and California as well. You know, so it is definitely hit those areas. The stuff in eastern U.S. is the plume that went down here. Well, it was pluming down in this direction before it shifted over and is messing up that area as well. So higher levels for everyone underneath all that mess. Most of it is sitting over Greenland. We see that Greenland is trying to push its cold up there to keep out the SO2, and we can see it as it goes all the way over Svalbard over here, and we know some of that has already plumed down into Russia as well as coming from the other side. So it is pretty nasty. Anyway, let's look at the rest of the areas. Popocatépetl in Mexico, of course, off-gassing pretty heavy, as well as Mexico City. We do see a very clear patch, though, in the northern portions of Mexico, over the Gulf of Mexico. It's pretty heavy stuff going there as well, and that is, of course, getting all the way over into Florida and those areas. Our Central American ones not quite as bad. Looks like most of this we see a circulation here pulling it up and out of Peru into the Pacific, and then the other circulation here pushing it from Nevado del Ruiz throughout Colombia and across Ecuador and out into the Pacific as well. So lots of SO2 there today, and we do see that plume going all the way across still, and hopefully it won't be too bad for those people in Brazil. And that looks like it's going right over top of Rio de Janeiro. Mind you, that's a fairly large population center, so lots of people there as well. Looking at what we've got in Chile, and not so much coming across Argentina. Looks like the stuff from Buenos Aires is moving straight up the border between Argentina and Uruguay, and of course Paysandú in the path, so a little bit there. Looks clean down on the bottom end, though, of the South American continent. Zooming in, and we do see a little bit of SO2 developing there again from, or heavier I should say, from White Isle volcano. We do have our stuff coming from the oil refineries there near Melbourne, as well as the coking plants north of Sydney. Tofua has got kind of a weird plume there. Not sure if the circulating storms here are really messing it up. You see some of these circulations in here, and then you've got one sitting in here as well, and there's got to be another one here, so another low in here, one in here, making a real kind of a big mess. Yasur doing its thing, and then Gawa and Aoba definitely off-gassing fairly heavy, as what we've seen in that report there too. And the stuff from Papua New Guinea doing its thing. Luolatok still, Luolotolok. Oh, I did it again. Anyway, it's coming out of there. Not bad. A plume. And, yep, heavy from Semeru. And not quite as much coming from Merapi, and then hard to tell what's actually coming from Krakatau, but we do see Jakarta is continuing to make a real big effort on polluting the air there. Ibu and Dakono are not being very discreet with their wonderful output. And that's what you got right there. And looking here, Mayon, Bulusan, and of course Taal, and of course the rest of the population of the Philippines on the island there, giving it all they got to get that plume looking the way it is. Pretty normal stuff for China. We do see that getting into the Sea of Japan as well. And let's take a look down here. Suwanoshijima, a little bit heavier today as far as output, and not seeing quite as heavy of gassing coming from our wonderful Sakurajima. We do see ASO is definitely still off-gassing some here as well. And dear Dr. Fox, I'm going to sleep and have another good day. It is now 3:45 in the morning. Oh, morning. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, Barbara, and thank you very kindly for your wonderful super chats. And always a pleasure having you on board. So take care and have a good sleep, okay? And don't worry about the rest of this. And then, of course, looking at the off-gassing, and that is coming from Asama. It's getting heavier, so that is something of interest as well. So Asama with heavier SO2, and then getting up to Kamchatka Peninsula, as mentioned. I don't know how much of that is from the original eruption, or if how this is actually working out here, ending up in there, but we do know that it is continuing to do its thing, so that will likely be there for a while. Pretty heavy in eastern India still as far as SO2 is concerned. Quite heavy down there in South Africa from the gold refineries, and not so bad in DR Congo right now. We do see a little spot here where Eruption is, and then of course the other spots that we see are from the oil refineries here in Saudi Arabia, as well as Kuwait and Baghdad area, Iraq, Iran, that kind of thing. So that's what's there. And hard to tell which one is the real culprit. We do see Stromboli has a little bit of a plume itself, and of course we may be getting some from Volcano as well, but most of that will be from Mount Etna for right in that little area. And then we take a look at what Europe is like. They do have higher SO2 levels in most places, but really not that bad as of yet. So still quite nice. And then of course up in the northern parts where I figured they'd have all that SO2, they have none. And that is Norway, Sweden, and Finland, of course. We do see a big circulation here, so it's going to be interesting to see what our weather says about it. So let's take a look at our weather map for today. And we'll start out with some of the temperatures up in the northern places first. North America, Alaska, looking like they have a little bit more warmth in the interior. The cold is kind of being pushed up and back. Still a little on the cool side here in the Bering Strait. Bering Sea looks, half of it looks warmer. British Columbia, and actually it looks warmer up there in the Yukon than it does in British Columbia. We do see some places really nice and other places not so warm, and 8 or 9 degrees there in Vancouver. And we are seeing about, well, it could be about 8 or 9 over there for Bob over on the rock as well. And looking at Edmonton, only coming in at about 4 degrees right now. We do see a little bit warmer temperatures off in the western, northwestern portion here. And we see that massive low swirling around here. And I bet you Kananaskis country is getting colder weather. He's got minus 4 degrees there. And that is not so good. And hopefully this isn't making too many storms. Winnipeg coming in at about +2, and Judy M's probably got about 1 degree over in her place. Looking at let's zoom out a little bit, looking at what we see here, we got a high sitting up in the northern portions of Manitoba / Nunavut, and that is circulating this way, bringing that cold air down, and not good. And then we got a low here doing its thing. That cold from this low is being circulated around the northern portions of Ontario, as well as deep into Quebec. Toronto coming in at about 5 degrees, looking at London 4, Detroit a little warmer at 7, going over to Chicago, they're just on the edge of the warm front. And that is 8 degrees in Chicago. Henry Nelson's got probably about 4 degrees over at his place. If he was a little further south, he'd be at 20 degrees. But that's kind of what we got going on there. Montreal 1, Quebec 1, and it looks actually warmer there in New Brunswick. Down at the coastline, about 5 degrees. Up in the northern parts, though, only 1 or 2. Still a couple of spots below freezing. Cole Harbour coming in at about 8 degrees. We see about 6 here in Halifax. The map says about 6. So I don't know if that's off a little bit, but thanks, Sue. And looking at the eastern portions here, -0 or -1 for some of the temperatures there in Newfoundland, and the Avalon Peninsula, of course, about 2 or 3 degrees. And looks like we've got a mix anywhere from about -2 to a +2 in the rest of Labrador. Northern Quebec still showing some very cold temps. And like I said, that low here, pulling in that cold air, pulling it down from the Arctic. We don't want that. Go away. And this other low here, bringing that cold and mixing things up, and likely causing some storms in these other areas here north of Oklahoma. Anyway, Portland coming in at 8, San Jose about 13. Not so warm. I figured California should be warmer right now. It looks like about 11 degrees or so for Sharon Stewart's place. And we go down to Los Angeles, and we see 16 Celsius. We got about 25 degrees Celsius or 77 Fahrenheit there in Death Valley. I think that's a really nice place. I'm going to move there. It's warm. Anyway, 19 degrees in Las Vegas. We see a little warmer there in Mexicali at 23. Phoenix coming in at about 23 right now. That's also nice. And we see a 22 in Tucson. Moving over to Albuquerque, New Mexico, we see about 18 degrees Celsius. Sliding down to the bottom end of Texas, they look like they are slowly warming up. 24, 25 in some of those places. Corpus Christi 23, San Antonio 23, Houston coming in at 22, Austin at 21, and Dallas coming in at about 23 as well. And we see some of those warmer temperatures coming up along the border here with Oklahoma. Oklahoma City about 21 degrees right now. Looks like they may have a weather system right around them. And we'll see what it looks like in the precipitation once we get there. And it looks like a 20 there in New Orleans, 22 in Little Rock, Arkansas, a little warmer. 24 there in Miami, Orlando coming in at about 20, Jacksonville 19, and Atlanta is about 20 degrees as well. Charlotte, North Carolina, 20 degrees. Grandma B's house, 20 degrees, and that is 68 degrees Fahrenheit, just so you know. And 16 or 14 to 16 there, Virginia Beach, Philadelphia, 13 Celsius. And New York at 11, and Boston at a wonderful 5 or 6 degrees Celsius right now. Looking at Mexico, looks like it's getting warmer again. Cancun coming in at about 26. We see here in the Yucatan Peninsula area up to 32 degrees. I see a 34 in there as well. So that's a pretty nice temperatures along the whole area there. Mexico City itself, 21, 22 right now. Let's see what we've got for super high temps to the south of Mexico. 35 degrees there. Do we see a 36? We've got 35. Do we get a 36? No. So 35 seems to be our highest temperature. Oh, I see a 36 in here. Sort of, I think. Anyway, it looks like a 35 for the most part in those areas. And that is probably the hottest temperatures on the planet. We'll see what happens. Moving down, Nicaragua has got some 30 degrees as well. A little cooler in Costa Rica. And then we get through our Panama. It's not bad. Looking at not so bad temperatures there in Colombia on the coastal side, the interior here up to about 29 degrees, with about 25 being the lowest temperature, so lots of nice weather there. 31 for many places in Venezuela. Of course, higher elevations are going to be a little bit cooler as well. So that's not too bad. And looking at 25 or so there in Ecuador, with the exception of the mountains, a little bit worse there. And looking at Peru, depending on where you're going, Lima right now is about 21, 22 degrees. And going a little further south, we see 25 there. This is in Bolivia, of course, and we see some colder temperatures. Of course, in the mountains, you're going to see everything down to -1 or stuff like that, but a lot of those places in the jungle side, as I call it, are doing pretty good, anywhere from 20 to about 25. Most of Brazil looks pretty awesome, and we see the Amazon river valley here, 26, 27 degrees all the way along, so pretty awesome. Rio de Janeiro, 23 right now. Sao Paulo coming in at about 15, a little on the cold side. Uruguay also Paraguay getting a little cooler. 20 is their high, 20, 21, and about 17 at the low end. Uruguay is a lot cooler, looking at 10 and 11 degrees. And let's see, Paysandú right now, only 12 degrees there. That's not very good. Buenos Aires only 11 or 12 as well. And we see that cold is just hanging in there, but we do see warmer temperatures to the south. So hopefully that'll be good for those guys. There in Argentina. And we do see the southern tip, though, of South America is still fairly cold at 5, 6 degrees. Some places 7 or 8, but pretty cold. Down to 2 or 3 in some others. Anyway, we'll come back to the weather map after the break. We will continue on with taking a look at New Zealand and those other places, wonderful places. Just checking here to see the high temps. We got about 31, 32 degrees there in Australia, so they're not going to win. It's Mexico at 35 so far for the high temperature. Anyway, for those good people who are here, please, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Also, if you have not yet hit that like button, consider hitting it if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away. We'll come back and finish up our temperatures of the rest of the world. Then we'll take a look at precipitation, and we will go to hunting the coldest temp on the planet. So I'll be back. Here's some music. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And silence is golden. All right. Way to go, Irish monk. And thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. I hope there's more people than just Sue. Susie is here. Okay. Sue and Susie, thank you. And I hear you, DrFox2000. Yep. From Sharon Stewart. So thanks, Cananaskis Country as well. And let's park our lovely lava for right now, and we will get back to that shortly. I'm going back over to our weather map, and we wanted to take a look and see what is happening around New Zealand next. So we do see some very interesting patterns here. Well, it's not really patterns, just weird things. High over here, high over there, low, 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 and a low. So yeah, it looks like New Zealand is starting to cool off. They are in a change of season as we are here in North America. They are seeing the same change down there, only to the opposite. They're getting into wintertime. Christchurch coming in at 16 degrees. We see 15, 16, 14, I don't know, some places as high as 20 up in the northern portions of the South Island. Looks really cold on the west side though. Wellington coming in at 19, and that is not bad. 21 in Hastings. Taupo probably about 18 there, and about 19 or 20 in the Bay of Plenty. And then of course Auckland coming in at 21. We see some temps up to 23 just to the south of it, and also up on the peninsula. So some warmer weather there for them a little bit, but we see a mix in here of these systems. Don't know what's going on there with those yet. That high is supposed to be bringing warm air down. It's trying, but we've got a low down here doing exact opposite, making a mess. And let's see, we've got 15, 16 there in Hobart today, and around the edges up to 17 in some spots, but kind of around that same temperature throughout most of it, with the exception of the highlands where they've got down to about 9 or 8 or 7 depending on where you are. They're in Tasmania. 15, 16 in Melbourne right now, not so good. We see 18 there in Adelaide, a little bit warmer, and then Melbourne, and then 18 over here in Sydney. That's not bad. And of course Oz still has some wonderful temperatures there in Brisbane at 27 degrees, and that is pretty awesome. I like that. That place seems to have nice temperatures all year long. 28, 29, some of them are there, 31, 32 for the northern portions of the outback. Don't see anything really whopping. Mexico still looks like that 35 degrees is doing its thing. Perth coming in at 20 degrees. Let's go over to take a look here. And yeah, these lows, we got 2 of them sitting in here, and I wouldn't want to be out there anywhere in this area right now. American Samoa and Tonga and those areas are going to get nailed. And then we see more circulations here north of Vanuatu. Fiji coming in at about 28 degrees, about a little bit cooler there in New Caledonia, pretty normal, 28 there in Vanuatu for the most part. And let's see, do we have any real high temperatures there in Papua New Guinea? Looks like 31's about the top end for what we see. Eastern Indonesia, same kind of affair. So doing all right that way. And moving over a bit, we see very nice temperatures in most of those places, including Java up to 30 degrees. And looking at Sumatra, slightly cooler, but still right up there. And again on the other islands here as well, looking pretty darn good. Bangkok coming in at what, 31, 32 degrees depending on where you're pointing, and it says 31 there, but I'm believing 32 is very close. We do see some 34 degree temperatures in the back here, or maybe even a 35. Did I see a 35 in there? Yep, I did. So they're tied for hot temperatures with Mexico. What do we got out here? Anything higher? No. So between Thailand and Mexico, and that's where the temperature is. Your choice, in both tropical vacation places. And skipping over Taiwan, let's get over here. We see a nasty low right there. And that is what's giving us all that weather in the southern islands of Japan. And we are seeing Kagoshima is 19 degrees, but they've got all kinds of thunderstorms and all kinds of yucky rain coming down. Tokyo 22 today. Looks like the western side is up to 25, 26 degrees there on the Sea of Japan. Sapporo coming in at 14 right now. Let's take a look at the Kamchatka Peninsula. They still have that low circulating right there. That is likely causing some rain to fall. Looks like another low on the other side as well. And temps from -5 to about a plus 9 or 11 over there on the other side, on the western side, kind of odd place to be warmer. And looking at Sri Lanka, their hot season, 25 to about 29 degrees. India starting to get really warm as well, and we are seeing 30 degree temperatures. Delhi coming in at 23 right now. That's pretty awesome. South Africa has got some cold areas. Cape Town coming in at 16. South Central area, pretty normal. A little bit on the cool side maybe. Looking at Madagascar, it's pretty normal for this time of year. And we are seeing some warmer temperatures in the Sahara Desert and that portion of Africa, up to about 33 degrees from what I see. And we are seeing more heat pushing up in Libya, but still some cold temps up top here, as well as Tunisia and Algeria. And the cold is back there in the interior of Morocco. UAE coming in about 21, 23, and a little bit warmer in Oman, and we see up to 28, 29 in southern portions of Saudi Arabia. They are definitely warming up. Cairo 16 degrees, Baghdad coming in at about 20, Basra is coming in at about 20 as well. Still some cold stuff there in Iran, but hey, it's not as cold as it could be. Turkey warming up slowly, very, very slowly. Malatya is 11 degrees right now. That's a lot warmer than they had. 16 in Adana. And let's take a look at Piggy's place. And Piggy has got about 15 degrees right now. Hopefully that's not too bad. And there we go. Thanks, Sue. About 11 in Greece. And going over here looking at the island of Sicily, we see anywhere 14, 15 kind of thing around the border or coastline. Looks like about 5 degrees there. And it's right today. It's 5 degrees there at Redanzo. Looking at Italy again, coastlines a little bit warmer, interiors are colder. Naples coming in at 12. Rome is about 9 or 10. And looks like Milano wins at 12 up atop there. Looking pretty good. We'll skip over Sardinia. It's looking pretty normal. Coastlines again, a little bit warmer as normal. Not so warm there in Lisbon today. We see 14. Madrid coming in at 14 as well. Aurelio's place about, what is it, 10 degrees there. So that's not bad. The mountains, of course, are going to be a little colder. France looks like it's doing a little bit better temperature-wise. We got Nantes's that's Tanto's place, 11 degrees right now, and about 9 in Paris. Some of the other areas, though, are down to 4 or 5 degrees, so that to be expected. Cold in the mountains, as usual. Munich coming in at a 4, and sliding over, looking at Frankfurt is a 4 as well. Cologne, 6. Yvonne Kunkel's house, about a 6. UFO Lux about 4 degrees there, and his wonderful Luxembourg, and we see 5 degrees in Brussels, and of course the looks like about 5 or so, 6 in the coastal areas, but pretty close to the same everywhere in Belgium, and Holland. Amsterdam has got 7 degrees. Northern parts up to 8 or 9, but the north, it's amazing. The north flow here is bringing in the warmer air. Oh, wow. And usually it's from the south. 5 in Berlin, and we're seeing 6 in Hamburg. Copenhagen coming in at about 6. And Aarhus is about a 6 as well. Oslo, 3. Stockholm, about 2 degrees right now. St. Petersburg, about 3. And Moscow about 8 degrees. Let's have a look at England and see what they've got. Looks like London sitting at 6. Looks like most of the other areas, with the exception of the coastlines, are going to be right in line with that. A little cooler in Wales there with 4 or 5 degrees. 5 at Leeds. Glasgow coming in at 6. Aberdeen coming in at 4. And that's what we've got there for Scotland. Ireland, we've got 7 over on the east side, and Irish Monk's Place is going to be somewhere around 9 degrees Celsius, maybe 10 if we got it right. So there we go, and that is awesome. Sirens are still sounding. You hear sirens? Who's got sirens? Okay, I hope you got no tornadoes coming there. Boy oh boy. Yeah, y'all in your bathtub with me. Hopefully you're okay there, Susie, I mean, stay safe, okay? Reykjavik coming in at about 8 degrees Celsius, right on with the temperatures. Yeah, okay, that is not good. Let's switch to precipitation for a second, and let's go down there and actually look. And yeah, to be expected. There's the storm, and that is right in Susie's area, and that is unfortunate. But that storm doesn't look like it's going to stay there for too long. It looks like it is moving northward. It just came back on. My cable was out, so I was watching on my phone. Okay, Grandma B, glad you got your cable back on. Sounds like it, Betsy. Okay, calm before the storm. Yeah, I'm hoping that you're okay there, Susie, and at least it's not a huge storm, so it should pass in a little while. and it is heading northward, so I don't know how exactly where you're located. I don't want to know, but just to let you know what we see in that area. It is heading northward. You can see the flow fairly heavy, and it is moving, and it's all the way over to Tulsa, and of course from Oklahoma City, heading northward. Hopefully it will be okay there for you. Anyway, let's take a look at the rest of the precipitation real quick. Looks like Alaska's looking not bad. We do see a big circulation out here, double low for what's off the western coast of North America. Looks like snow and rain in a lot of places along the coastline, Alaskan Panhandle, as well as the Queen Charlotte's, and going down the BC coastline, including Vancouver Island, depending on where you are. Rain and snow in some places. Vancouver doesn't look like it's getting any rain, but the interior certainly is. And looking at what we've got in the rest of BC, snow in various places. Along the foothills and just out of the Rockies, definitely a lot of stuff going on there as far as snow and ice rain and rain in some places. Northern Alberta, a little bit of a rain as well. Saskatchewan getting hit with a fairly nasty storm as well, and that is all the way into getting into Montana, as well as North Dakota, and here in Manitoba as well, with some ice rain. Hopefully that is not too bad. While we're here, there's the storm there for Oklahoma City, Oklahoma area. Then we have another one to the northeast of Denver in Colorado and going into Nebraska. And then Iowa's got another storm. And looks like we've got storms happening around Minneapolis, Minnesota as well, and to the west. Looks like Chicago has got some storms a little bit across the Great Lakes here as well. So that's kind of your nasty weather. Looks like northern Quebec and Labrador getting some snow, and looks like portions of PEI, as well as Nova Scotia. I mean, a little bit of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia getting nailed with some rain as well. And the eastern side of Newfoundland definitely got some ice rain. Avalon Peninsula and further north some snow. So hopefully everything will be okay. And looking at Cuba, those areas, and Dominican Republic, and those areas, they are getting some rain there as well. Same thing with well, from Mexico City on southward, some rain, isolated rain storms, and then we see what's happening here in Colombia and Ecuador and Peru. Looks like portions of Bolivia, and then of course here in most of the Amazon area. Well, Amazon's actually right there, so they're not getting too much rain, but the other portions of Brazil are. And looking down here, nothing in Uruguay, which is really good, nothing in Paraguay, and nothing till we get really far south. Looks like Chile has got some coastal issues there on the southern portions. Moving over, taking a look at our New Zealand, and we do see, I'm surprised, oh, we do have some rain across the cold area there on the South Island. I thought there was none. We do have this infiltrating I guess the Cook Strait there, getting in there, and then we have this nasty storm, this low, of course, on the south side there. They spin the other way around, and it's doing its thing, so that is not looking so good. And here's what I was saying about the American Samoa area, and that they've got some nasty storms out there, and that is even affecting Fiji a little bit. Sliding over to Papua New Guinea area, rain. Yep, eastern Indonesia, rain. Java's got some rain. Looks like our other islands here have rain as well, and some of them, but not as heavy as it could be. But looking at the out here, wow, looks like lots of rain on the other islands, some in Sumatra, and then of course the peninsula coming down. Singapore likely getting nailed with big storms as well. And here where it's really hot, they've got some rain as well in Thailand. And speaking of there's Taiwan, and anywhere from Hong Kong all the way to looks like all the way out here. Wow, long ways out. And there's that storm that is making it messy in our wonderful islands there in Japan. And good thing that's not sitting right on Japan. That would be nasty. Most of Japan itself looks like it is fairly okay for storm-wise. And up in the north here we see near Sapporo we've got some rain happening. And then of course a nasty low sitting up there in Russia, and just onto the northern side of China, and it's doing its thing. Here's kind of a good low in a way. This one, of course, causing rain and snow for the Kamchatka Peninsula, which is helping with the SO2 situation coming out of Shivelish. Storms going across here in the Indian Ocean. Madagascar, not too bad. Looks like Cape Town is just getting brushed by a storm there as well. And then Central Africa looking like it's still getting nailed with something. Surprised it's still got some rain happening there in Saudi Arabia. Lots of rain in Turkey. And let's see, is Piggy getting some rain? Piggy might get some rain with this stuff coming down, and some thunderstorms as well. Hopefully she won't be too bad. And looks like not that bad for Sicily. Most of Italy is okay till you get up in the northern portions, and that's what we've got up there. Spain, a little bit down here on the coast, not much. I just want to take a look out here. A little bit of a rain there in some of the Canary Islands, but nothing really major. And looks like, yeah, Portugal, not bad. Most of France looking pretty good. Couple little spots there. And Germany, of course, central regions have some rain all the way up to Hamburg. Actually, I'll probably be all the way up to Lübeck up here. Yep, definitely. And that is pretty awesome to see all that up there. Okay, and it looks like a drier though for up in Denmark, which is unlikely good. And the southern portions of Norway, Sweden, and Finland look okay. Up in the top end though, they've got a nasty system up there. England looks pretty much dry right now, same as Scotland. We do see southern portions of Ireland are getting a little bit of rain down there. And then taking a look at Iceland. Well, it's being skirted by the system here, and we see some ice rain in between Iceland and Greenland, and some rain up in the northern fjords. But other than that, it has only got fog. Well, there's some rain patches there and a little bit of ice rain. So that is actually not that bad for them, and that is hopefully on the path to a nicer weather. And let's see, yep, I really don't like seeing that storm there, but hopefully that will dissipate, in a short order. We do see the central part of Kansas is really where that mix is happening. I'm surprised there isn't more action there, and going up north of the eastern portions of Kansas, going into Iowa and those places. Hopefully it'll be okay for them. We don't want to see anyone getting nailed. Anyway, let's switch it back over to temperatures. We will find our, we already know our hottest temperature is in between Mexico and Thailand. So our coldest temperature on the planet, we will find it here and see what we can do. And down here, and I see a minus 73 already, and that is pretty chilly. Let's see if we got anything colder. And minus 73, 7, there's another minus 73. Oh, I see a minus 74 in that area. Yep, a minus 74. So that is pretty cold. Minus 74. Do we see anything colder anywhere here? Minus 71, 72. Yeah, a 74 right there. Okay, a minus 74. Let's see if I can locate those other spots here. There was another minus 70 area that I wanted to look at. I lost it. There it is. It's right in there. Minus 70, 69, 70, 72, 73, 74. Oh, there's a minus 75. Do we have a minus 76? No. Looks like a minus 75 degrees Celsius. That is too cold anyway. Minus 75 degrees Celsius. Whoever allowed that to happen? Anyway, that's it for today, you guys. Minus 75 degrees Celsius is our low temp on the planet, and the highs go to Mexico and Thailand. So awesome. And yep, I think coldest temp Sue found is minus 75 as well. So we found the same spot. Excellent, Sue. And that is very, very cool. And yep, we are tied, and that is all right. I don't mind that, having a tie. And hopefully we won't see any more of this stormy stuff. There you can see that low where that air is blowing in there, and of course that is getting cold air from the stuff coming out of Colorado, and of course the hotter air coming up from Texas, and then you've got some more cold air from the other side. So you have the potential right there for lots of tornadoes. Three sources, three different winds. You've got it blowing upward, you've got it blowing from, looks like the west to east, and north to south. So definitely, yeah, be careful if you're in that area. And hopefully things will be okay for Susie, and she won't blow away, and she's not in Kansas anyway. But let's leave it as that, and fingers crossed. All right, it's time to we will put it back on our canned lava, and we'll time to wrap it up. So thank you everyone for watching. I do appreciate each and every one of you. And we'll get this on the screen, archive footage. I want to get rid of that map. There we go. And let's say thanks for watching, everyone. There we go. And on that friendly note, I want to say a big thank you first off to every one of you. I really do appreciate having all of you in here. And great people, wonderful lava family. Thank you, everyone, for being part of the show, and I really do appreciate it. Sending out a big thank yous as well to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, a Piggy, a CND Boy, and let's see, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and any of the other moderators that might have been in. And a big thank you to our super chatters and gift givers for today. Irish Monk gave a 5-pack of gift memberships there. That is awesome. And then also a super chat, as well as a super chat from Michael Olson, and 2 small ones from Barbara, Dinkledon, Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather. And thank you, Barbara, thank you, Michael, and thank you, Irish Monk. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the support. Thank you, Sue, for sending in the other reports, which are, of course, always welcome, even if we miss them half the time, darn it. Anyway, we'll wrap it up. So thanks, everyone, for being here. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Tomorrow is Thursday. We will continue on with trying to find more wonderful lava and eruptive activity around the planet. And hopefully everything will be good. And on those notes, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Have yourself a wonderful evening. That's okay. I'll remind you, Doc. Yeah, and Sue, you're more than welcome to do that. Because sometimes I get into other things or get thrown aside with other tracks here, and then I don't mind you doing it, so it does help out. All right, thanks, Sharon, also, and I really do appreciate all of you being here today. On those notes, time to finish it off. Please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Oink, oink.